Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing today? We are finally back with lawyers. But my body is definitely fighting me. I'm having some hot girl tummy troubles that we're gonna hold off on it. I am all kinds of levels of fucked up. Still living though. You know what, Snake? That's sometimes all we can hope for. I say that all the time to like everyone, especially coworkers. And they're like, "Oh, hey Sarah, what's up?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, nothing much. What about you?" He's like, then they go, I'm leaving." And I was like, "You know what? Sometimes it's all we can hope for." But he's like, "No, we must not let the ritual we completed stop the game. I have antibiotics now." Well, that's good. Medical help always good. At work today, a patient offered $50 to buy them some vapes. Hey, you know what I said about my hot girl tummy troubles? I will be right back. Oh, God. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put you guys on short intermission. I'll be right back. Alright. Got it a little sorted out. Ooh, no guarantee they won't come back. But, for right now, I think we're good. Ooh. So let's continue, shall we? Oh, and also, Pata, I know exactly what happened last time. Snack, are you still here? Do you still care about spoilers? I don't want to say anything if Snack is still here. Because I remember the last time we did this, which was 2 months ago, he was like, yeah, I gotta leave so I don't get spoiled. So I don't want to, spoil him. Snack, if you're not here, say something. I return! Alright, do you still care about spoilers? Meh, I'm leaving. I got my streak. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm streaking all over the place. It's good to know you watch my stream naked. Also, where is a AI man and petrol station for shopping places, now fuel places, coming to your house eventually? Also, if you do ASMR in cars, is it cars with no caps? See the one I sent you? Yes. I did see the one about Tesco's. I didn't watch it, but I saw that you sent it to me. Shit my pants in the Texaco garage. Something, I fucking destroyed my Mirage. No. British spelling. Garage, got it. Texaco garage, marriage, got it. I was like, Mirage. He just said it weird. It's fine. The building a little near me. They're building a little near me. Little. Keep the man away from it. A little. Next day's too long, we won't make any progress. That's his plan. Fuck does Little and Aldi stay so close together? The third guy you see did it. Random prediction. The third man we see? Why not the third woman we see, Could be a woman. The third suable organism. Suable organism. Technically, you can't sue a child. So what if a child? God, if a child somehow did this. Kill the child. Hold on. Before you leave, I have a story. A work story. It's a small work story, but it's a work story. So, it's getting bounced around departments. I think yesterday, it's getting bounced around drive up and check lanes, right? So, at some point, I was called back to drive up after doing check lanes for a little bit. So I was walking to check lanes, and all of a sudden I hear this kid talk about like, oh, that's where the toys are. He's pointing at this big sign we have above the toy section. It's a Barbie, a Lego head, and Rex from Toy Story. He goes, "That's a Barbie." He points to the one on the left. On the left, he says, "That's a Barbie." He points to the one to the middle, and it says, "That's a Roblox character." And he points to the right and says, "That's a T-Rex." And I had the overwhelming urge. I was like, I was like, I can't say anything. I can't say anything. I can't say anything. I'm like, that's a fucking Lego head. I'm like, what do you fucking mean? What do you fucking mean that's a Roblox character? I know you were a small child, but that is a Lego head. How do you not know that? Roblox characters are fucking square, and Lego heads are more cylindrical. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, who raised you to not know what Lego are? What the fuck do you mean? It took 4 hours to explain it to me. No. No. I need to make progress in this. I need to beat this game so we can go on to other things. There will be issues this stream because lawyer streams are cursed. Don't put that shit. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Actually, I swear you can make your Roblox character have a Lego looking. That doesn't matter, okay? Standard Roblox characters, square cubey head. Legos have cylindrical-ish. I got so mad. I was a huge Lego fan when I was a child. I still like Lego. Lego's kind of cool, but you know, I was just. Oh, how the fuck do you mean? So since porn is banned in the UK, you mounting and climbing tall furry men is as close as I'm allowed to see on the internet. Just don't jack off to it. Just don't jack off to it. It would be so weird if I found out one of my viewers is like, yeah, I jacked off to you. You know? I was building a Lego set and Lightning McQueen. He was a fucking brain. Oh damn, penetrate him with that sword. Oh damn, penetrate him with that sword. I just start hearing. Right in the Colossi. Okay, go. Go, leave. You're gonna leave anyway, go, just leave. Hashtag comment, leave, go. Right in the Colossi. God. Okay. I'll wait a couple minutes so that I know you're gone. So that I don't spoil you. Before I leave, I get fireball. Oh god! No, not in the small room. There's evidence in there. There's evidence in there. We need to. Oh, you spoil me every time. I'm a lucky snack. Oh, that was very sweet. I meant to spoil you on the game, though. I don't want to spoil you on the case especially this case. This case is very spoilery. Into the distance. Pop. disappeared. Okay, I'm gonna wait like a minute or two so that Snack doesn't appear again, so I don't accidentally spoil him what's going on. Because what's going on is very spoilery. Very spoilery. I should make this cursed, make this cursed and do the stream long redeem thing with like, you don't need to do that. I already do that myself. I do that shit myself for every character. All the characters here are British or Japanese, but I'm not gonna do a standard Japanese accent for these characters because that would be very weird for a white person to be doing. Okay, I think Sneck is gone. So, Pada. Last time we ended on Gregson being murdered. And us investigating the scene of the crime. Hey, white people can speak Japanese. Not in a Japanese... white people can't speak in a Japanese... should not speak in a Japanese accent unless they're actually from Japan. Don't do non-white accents if you're a white person. That's very weird. That's why I don't have, like, other, like, impersonations of, like, other races in my reel of... Because, like, I can do them, but they're very racist. Like, they're not good. They're very stereotypical, like, shit that I don't want to do. But anyway, we were investigating things. Racist redeem when? Don't even joke about that. Don't even joke about that. Racist redeem never. Racist redeem never. Alright. Oh, oops. That's the furthest I will take it. Thank you. Okay, so I think we have investigated the room. I think we now have to converse with Miss I forgot her name. Gina, what was the inspector? Was Inspector Gregson? Like, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what half a year since I got out of the clink. That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes. Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Somewhat like that, I think. Anyway, I think the point is I didn't really know much about Boss till then. But it turns out he's a bit of a legend in the yard. Goodness, really? I say he managed to solve some really tricky case. Just like that. He did? Yep. And ever since then, he's started going on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what other cases he's working on, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So, what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? You never know, he could live here. You know, even though it's not got a lot of furniture in it. And does look very dingy. Probably the apartment I can afford. I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where it landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella, were his words. Not all the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. It's an apartment we can afford if we pool our money. Yeah. People are always talking about the housing market and how it's so expensive. And no one ever talks about how expensive the apartment market can be. God fucking damn. 3 of my friends have to live in the same apartment just to be able to afford one. Granted, it's California, it's more expensive. But still. I mean, granted, the apartment is a pretty good apartment, too. It's not like a dingy-ass little place like this, but it's definitely still like, wow, 3 people had to live here? Again, nice apartment, been there a couple of times. It's very good. Very good apartment. And you joke about pooling money, but the more I really think about it, the more I really think I'm gonna have to get a roommate. And I don't know who in the group, you know, is willing to live with me. You know? But anyway. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me, you know. I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. Oh, by the way, how's the audio? How, you know, just in case, can you hear me and the game music? Do I need to turn it up, me down, it down? What? Can hear both. Are they both at good levels? You know? What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently, it's been rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone? Turn down for what? Beep, 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 beep. I've seen Ray Navarez Jr. clips where he gets someone with basically an updog prank, but it's 4 watt. He goes, you're gonna turn down the 4 watt, and they go, what? You know, I'm gonna turn down the 4 watt. Turn down for what? And he goes, turn down for what? And he's like, other people are like, God. It's like Updog, you know. Hugh Boone. Sort of here today, gone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, isn't isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. It's either a fake name. It's like Up Gamers, yes. What's up, gamers? it's either a fake name or the killer. So that's why you probably can't get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time. If ever. What's up, gamers? Welcome to my YouTube channel. What's up, gamers? Welcome to my YouTube channel. Make sure to smash that like button and beat the subscribe button until it gives you the money you're owed. Break its fucking kneecaps if you have to. Anyway. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into this investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mr. Sato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? Fake name. What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that that was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. You should really investigate this place in detail. I have. At least I remember doing it. I see. That's where poor Inspector was found. Over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet wound did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him. Struck the candle tree on the wall. Inspector Gregson's not that tall, is he? Because from what it looks like, it could be that the bullet wound hit his chest, right? The chest wouldn't have hit the candles. Oh yes, it's one of some of the candles apart, apparently. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? In it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself if you stare at me with them big wide eyes. Besides Gregson, wasn't there something else? Oh yes, there was someone's husband that went missing. That's right. Someone's husband that went missing, and we're gonna connect the two cases at some point. I'm only saying what I've heard. Don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever said so. Why don't you ask him? Bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along on that window there. There are some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've been all taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. Oh no, I meant Van Zeek's in jail right now. That's right, because Van Zeek's is suspected of killing Gregson. We've been talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. After all, they'll be getting a grilling. You think we might be able to speak to the street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. Lads in the yard will just want to know what you're snooping around for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all. So, we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Okay, I guess the crime scene does have a few more things. Unless I need to present something? A policeman figure. Fun. Examine. Maybe I didn't get everything. Oh, by the way, one of my Joy-Cons stopped working. I think it's because it's just not charging on that side of the, the Switch. Next paycheck, I'm probably gonna try and get the Switch 2. Maybe. Because, I was like, oh, I'll get it later. Around September, it's gonna have a price hike. So, might just get it now. Before the price hike happens. I know September's a while away, but, you know, I might as well just get it now, get it over with. I guess I have to present something to her. You know, if one of my controllers dies, you know, it's like, I might as well just get the new one, because I want the new one anyway. Stuff like Kirby's Air Riders, and Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, maybe a couple of other things. Anyway, what do I need to present to you? Huh? Oh. Is that evidence? Okay, not that one. And not that one either. Maybe this guy? No. Yeah. Ah, we're coming. Red hairpiece. No. No, nothing of that. Okay. Nope. Not that either. That? No. Okay. Neat. Nope, not that either. Okay, what did I miss here? Oh, red-headedly. Oh, that business? Yep, Inspector Lestrade's Lestrade's here. Yep, Inspector Lestrade here. Soon had that one buttoned up. I thought it was Mr. Sholmes who led that pair into a trap, wasn't it? Listen, Odo. That ain't easy going from East End Diver to Scotland Yard detective, right? But anyway, it's all part of the charm, innit? Being a bit loose with the truth when it helps. That's wrong for so many reasons. Maybe I should get Iris to write stories about me. The Adventures of Inspector Lestrade. Okay. I guess I can move? Oh, yes, we went to that. Prison? Oh, I guess not. I can't move anywhere else. Prison governor's office. Cool. All right. Great Waterloo Hotel. Nope. Lord Chief Justice's office. There we go. 1st November. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice. You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Who the... Oh, shit. Him. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train, so I should check all the so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama? Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. Sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done something, such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. The facts in this case point to one thing. That unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. Must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not. It's truly a regrettable situation. Tomorrow the forensic science symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So, does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Well, we don't need introductions. We know him. Kazuma. He looks uppity in that outfit. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. What did I fucking tell y'all? I knew that he was gonna be the prosecutor for at least this this trial. Wait, what? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? He doesn't at all seem happy to see us either. That's not good. I don't like that. Tomorrow's trial. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. The Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. Well, the one person deserved it. The one person we prosecuted in like the second or third trial who fabricated evidence to get his trial all fixed. Yeah, no, he deserved it. But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true, or it has been at least, until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Prosecutor Asogi. So, Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Yeah, here's the thing. He trained under Van Zieks, so he probably knows how to. And the Gilded's death wasn't by the Reaper. Still, though. Also, hello, Astro Dude 1987. How you doing? It wasn't by the Reaper, but technically, people still thought it was, and he deserved it. And I imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. No doubt at all that Cosmo will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. Welcome to Turnabout Goodbyes 2.0. Which was Turnabout Goodbyes? Which one was that? AI viewers in Streambo. Oh no, dusty modernism. Thank you, Vara. Which one was Turnabout Goodbyes? I haven't played a lot of the games in a long time. Defending Edgewood. Ah, yes. Now that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense because we're going to be defending Van Zieks. No. Yeah, no, this is the second time this has happened. We'd have to defend the prosecutor. Only second time, I think. If I'm remembering correctly. Because, like, those are usually, like, the last trials. What was the last trial in the second game again? Oh, that's right. That one. But why Cosmo-sama? There's surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mukotova. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. I know they mean the Empire of Great Britain, but every time I hear the Empire, all I can think of is Star Wars. Da, 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 da. It would be unwise to give the public reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks. That's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution? Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. after practicing law in this land for so many months. Yeah, let's see how yours have dulled since you've been dead. Let's see how your skills have been honed, motherfucker. And I'm like, yeah, but you've been dead for like, I would assume months. Cosma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. The killer's gun. We both reached for the gun. Oh yes, we both reached for the gun, a gun. Oh yes, we both reached for the gun, Oh yes, so... That is literally a song called We Both Reached for the Gun from the musical Chicago. If anyone doesn't know the movie Chicago, I wouldn't blame you. Or the musical. It's a good musical, but you know, musicals aren't for everybody. I know that one. I know that one firsthand. The gun about you. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks? That would be a question for the lead detective leading the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. Certainly a model issued to all the personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually belong to the victim. No. Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zeeks? Claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant is no proof that it actually is. No, of course not. That's why we tested it for blood. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks. I mean, I know it's not his. I know this murder isn't his. He didn't do it. Because that's how these kind of trials go. Also, most of the people that we defend aren't guilty. Most. There's like one, maybe two exceptions in the whole series. I'll present. Let's see if I can't present some things. Candelabrum. Maybe if I present the gun. The gun. Could I? Oops. Okay. Do I have to examine? Yes, I do. I have to talk to Cosma. I'm sorry for all the worry I'd caused you, but it'll be all right now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything, including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here? Wait, earlier he said Kazuma knew the way the defense works. Imagine he actually pulls the kind of BS we do with objections and random items. Oh no. We'll be beaten at our own game. Oh, God. It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly. Saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, and so your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. But there's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Huh? Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh? I actually have a favor to ask. Which is a trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? Not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Is that... Is he smiling? Holy shit, that's a rare sight! Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. Who's the third person? His brother? Probably. Camera! Hey, camera, hey. Woohoo! Camera. Focus! Here we go. Displayed very prominently in the in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, to jiggle keys for the cam. Hey, hey, come here. Look here, look here. Focus, focus. Might find some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? It's very strange that he really wants to prosecute against us. And it's not just like a I want to test your skills sort of thing. It definitely feels like it has more purpose than that. You know? He wants a good fight? Maybe. I guess he wants a challenge, but I don't think it's just that. I feel like it has something to do with his purpose here. He did say he came to, study law, and also for something else, which he hasn't elaborated on just yet. Yeah, 1st November. Lord Van Zeeks is still reading that letter. You've been gone quite some time, though. Although he's incredibly slow reader, well, it's an incredibly long letter. I mean, also, there's nothing else to do here, dude. It's prison. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. Buddy. Well, Pansy is like, I can hear you. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn deaf ears to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry, I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard your trial is set for tomorrow. It is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This is nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less. I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Cosimo Asogi. Asogi? That made the color drain from his face. Huh. Well then. Seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. It's like, wait a minute, Asogi? As in my amnesiac apprentice? Who turned out to be a friend of yours? Who was a defense attorney? Okay, hold on, we might actually need to converse. First, I'm gonna present him with this. Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. That's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is this the man on the left there? Is the man on the left there? Yes. It's my brother, Clint. Figured it was. Had to be, really. Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Brixton's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense! No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gino Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and such lofty subject matter. Give me a second, I gotta use the RX vape. Thank you for using that emote. I love when that gets used. I'm sure Sunflower does too, even though she's not here. Sure, she loves seeing her artwork used as an emote. I miss seeing her here on streams, but she's busy, you know, I get it. It was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. A brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Sogi? 10 years ago, my older brother was the director of... That's right! I forgot that Kazuma Asogi's dad killed Renzix's brother! I completely forgot about that! Genshin Asogi was Kazuma's father. But what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? Man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. Okay, buddy, this is not a kangaroo court. But okay, sure. No kangaroos anywhere, not even in Australia. I know that's not what kangaroo court means. Kangaroos are badass, though. I do love kangaroos. Got them strong ass feet, big ass tails, pouches. That's just cool. I like that. There were more superheroes kangaroo, themed. I know there's like one Spider-Man villain who's a kangaroo. Took place in Australia. There would be 1,000% a kangaroo defendant, maybe an emu. See, here's the thing: the only reason there was a parrot, there was a parrot witness. Oh wait, no, defendant? Yes, absolutely. There was a killer whale defendant. In spirit of no. In what's the fourth game? The first one of the 3DS. I don't remember. The first one with Athena Sykes on it. Still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could have he been hoping to achieve? I feel like Strongheart has some criminal connection. He's been giving me bad vibes since game 1. Let's not forget it was only 8 days ago that Cosmo recovered from his amnesia. How would Lord Strongheart assign his trial to somebody like that? God. Damn it. There's a little fly that decided to land on my nose bridge. Bugs crawling on me, not a good feeling. Don't like bugs. Very weird. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you, Neepanese. Crawling on my skin. These bugs, they will not leave. Crawling in my crawl. Alright, your hatred of all of us Japanese. Oh, hey, Drew's online. Wonder what he's gonna play. He has a Switch too, the lucky bastard. His house does Christmas every year. He goes to his family's for Christmas as well. But his apartment, his girlfriend, and Devin's girlfriend, they all do Christmas for each other. It's really cute. He got for last Christmas, he got a Switch 2 from, I think, both his and Devin's girlfriend. They kind of pooled. And that shit, man, that lucky bastard. That lucky bastard, man. I wish. But no, I'm gonna have to buy that shit for myself. It's gonna be a cost, but it's gonna be a cost that's one time. And then, another $80 for every game. I know that digitally it's gonna go down to $60, but that doesn't make it right. Alright? I like physical games. Which is why I'm playing this digitally, but still... I don't think there was a physical copy for this when I first got it, so... Neepanese Bane. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. Brother killed Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Isoki? Exactly. Developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed to be noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of that man. I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Cosmo's dad, Genshin, made an impact. Yes, he made an impact. He made an impact on Lord Van Zeeks' life. Yes. God. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted Isoki's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the Professor Case Inquiry. Lord Mael Strongheart. Wait, What? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person whom I felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I keep telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years that hatred has festered inside me. I could no longer control it. York was Game 5, Dual Destiny. Oh, that's right, because technically, what's the other guy's name? I cannot remember. His game was technically Game 4. York was Game 5, Dual Destinies. Thank you so much, Astrodude. I was like, what is that name of the game? I can understand why. Apollo Justice, thank you. I like Apollo. He's a cool character. He's only had one game. Unless he's in Spirit of Justice, which I haven't played yet. I know Mia's in that one. I want to play it just to see her again. I liked Mia. Maya. Mia is her sister. Sometimes possessed her in the first game. And I can understand why now I know the history. But in the same way, I've long felt the Nipponese. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Cosmo Sogi I am the bane of his. The reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Didn't Kazuma know he was a bad guy? I mean, I guess it's still his father. Some people will look past murder for that. I wouldn't, but you know. Stronger man than I. Stronger person than I. Not a man. So. But we are due for a break. Let's go ahead and do that. Going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break as per the usual. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any. They need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. We're back. Let's get on with it, shall we? Back to Gregson. Gregson's transfer to Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. Tragedy. Oh, yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? Didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh! The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put in that arrangement in place. Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. He didn't seem too happy about it, though, so it might not have been him. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. I'm back. What is happening? Oh, we were talking about Gregson being transferred to France, and Van Zieks was like, "Never heard of that. Never heard of that one happening. That usually doesn't happen." The French police getting an English detective, that doesn't. Yeah. Could not have done that earlier? Okay, Alright. I will be right back. We're back. I'm gonna go on a small familial rant. Alright. I already said this stuff to my mom, but you know, I just need another outlet for it. I am so tired of my dad and the way he does stuff. Oh, it's so frustrating. He always says, "Why do you guys always do something at the last minute? Why do you guys always do things so late?" I know it's only 8 o'clock, but you go to bed in like 2 to 3 hours, my guy. You haven't been doing anything all fucking day. You know that. I have been sitting in my room playing fucking video games for myself all fucking day. And now he decides, oh, I should do things. Okay. And I was like, you couldn't have done this earlier? When I wasn't doing anything? He's like, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were doing anything. Bullshit. When I close my door, you know I'm doing something. That's a thing that has been happening for a long fucking while. You know that if I close my door, don't fucking bother me unless you have to. And again, you couldn't have done this fucking earlier when we weren't doing anything? Motherfucker. He expects us to drop everything if he needs help. If he needs help with something, he expects us to do it. Drop everything and do it. And he always says, "Oh, I don't need you." And when we say in a minute, you know, he's like, "Well, I didn't mean you need to do it now." Your tone told us you need it now and you want it now. You need to learn how to control your fucking tone, dude. If you want to convey a certain thing, tone is all you fucking need. Words don't mean shit most of the time. You can say a word and say it with a different tone every time, and it means something very fucking different every time. But we have to drop everything for him if he needs help. But if we need help with something, hold on, he gets all huffy and fucking puffy if he needs to do something, if we need him to do something. Like, come on, guys. Let's come on, dude. Let's not beat around the fucking bush here. You knew I was doing something and you wanted to make it inconvenient for me. Because that's something that you like to do. Along with yelling and bitching and moaning at every little thing. I know you. I've lived with you for 30 fucking years, Dad. You can't put shit past me. I know how you fucking operate most of the time. Anyway, back to players. We heard that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago, the first time he made a name for himself. By uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would have never been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. My brother was of course noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in the investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of the Lords as a result. I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. Inspector Gregson. Your gun. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes. That's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? We expect you. Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That I don't know. Oh? It was issued with a revolver. I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks, after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. I was going to say an aversion to firearms, but sure. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Okay, motherfucker. This is not the time. Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it? It's not decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, the lawyers. Do I need to turn myself up again? Because I accidentally turned myself, like, all the way down. Do I need to turn myself up a little bit? Because I feel like I'm struggling to get to where it usually is. Am I a little quieter than I usually am? But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. I don't know, sounds fine to me. Alright, well, I'm gonna do it for me. I'm gonna do it for me. For my satisfaction. What's that? What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the room. Another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zeeks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey, almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Lebanese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with the same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Isogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most heinous way. The most hideous way. Heinous, hideous, same word. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked into the future with hope. Since then, I protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial. Will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. Godspeed. Damn. To Lord Van Zeeks. That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Cosima. God fucking damn. To be continued. This would be a great place for a break, but it's not even that time. Hold on, I'm gonna grab another snack. Give me a second. Oh. Somehow, one of my other snacks made it under my chair. Don't ask me how that happened. Found these, Oreo mini cups. Reese's cups. At my store. I was like, you know what? Yesterday I was like, you know what? I'm gonna grab some snacks. Found these. These are very good. It's, just Reese's with like a piece of Oreo crust in it. It's pretty good. Other days surround some bacon flavored Cheetos. They're not bad. Not the biggest fan of like the food bacon. Sounds like if you like Cheetos and you like bacon, it's a good thing, but not really that much of a pork guy. Although I do like hot dogs and schnitzel. Personally, I like bacon the food. You knew what I was going for, right? I didn't want to say I didn't want to just say I don't like bacon. Cause you would have gotten me for it. You would have been like, you don't like me? Has that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. I guess we're not the only one who feels that way. Yes, I think so. How does she do that? Oh, that would only be the... Of course, that would be the reason. It's like, there's some menacing tension in here today. It's just fucking Van Zeek's just fucking in the corner, just like... I hope you don't fuck it up. My life is in your hands. I swear to God, you fuck this. Bacon the person over the food. Yes. Bacon the person is much more appetizing, I guess you could say. Not in the food way, but like as a person. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh, whoa? Notices your bulge. Oh, whoa, what's this? God, that will forever be memed. I feel bad for the people in that conversation because they forever have to live with that. The people behind memes I always kind of feel bad for because they forever have to live with being a meme. You know, that just kind of sucks. At least in my brain, you know. I mean, there are definitely some people who definitely capitalized on it and actually made a good life for themselves, but some people absolutely hate being a meme. Oh my, I do apologize. However, I'm certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? The fuck do you mean, what do I mean? I'm the defendant. I am the most well-renowned lawyer, prosecutor in Britain. And I am being accused of murder. That's grounds enough for this not being an ordinary trial. I am not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. I'm sorry? What? 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 Why? 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 A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Oh. A closed court. The fuck? Soames! The hell are you doing here? Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Soames? Have you made a note of my hair, Mr. Naruto? Outright victory for science, you must agree. Why are you here? To be perfectly honest, so much happiness today that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! To one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. That was your choice. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. This, again, prompts the question, why are you here? Go home and sit on the toilet like the rest of us with hot girl tummy troubles. Go home. What are you doing here? Oh dear. How awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Soames. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. Delighted to see you full of vim. And are you? The London celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Wait, he can't have hot girl tummy troubles. He isn't a hot girl. Look, it's called hot girl tummy troubles. But anyone can have it. Even not hot girls. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to your to my paltry engagements, with a few trivial cases. The Reaper's overbearing presence is far greater to the black, far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I could readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Soames. After all, behind this lawyer is a very great mind. My own. And ours, I guess. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Oh! Shit! Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Oh. Poor girl. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? That's been postponed, so I have some free time. Decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming... our country's up-and-coming student in action. Students. Yeah, Kazuma's here, alive, and prosecuting. I should be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Odo. Oh, yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, huh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone says it was him, what? It was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina. But I just don't believe that. What if it weren't him? Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that. Yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. It's just a person at the end of the day. If it turns out it was him what killed the boss, God help him. That is a death glare. Holy shit. She's like, if he killed him and the court does nothing, I'll go to jail. Well, technically, it is our job. Technically, because we've been doing that every game. Doesn't matter what Ace Attorney you play. The police usually aren't helpful. They provide you a couple of clues here and there, but like most of the time they're kind of bumbling. Especially if you've seen Gumshoe. Gumshoe is Gumshoe. Fiery eyes indeed. Doesn't make sense. We're a lawyer. We just defend. Not in these games. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Poor Gina. She's still so new to this, too. Please, oh no. Get whoever did this. For the boss. You will, Gina. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless. There's nothing I can do. So you've got to find out who's done this and make the wretched pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please. There's one thing that can be said for me. Once I get into my roles, there were tears in those eyes. I can't cry on command, but if I am in a role in which I need to portray sadness, desperation, what have you, the tears will come. It's time, Mr. Naruto. Lord Van Zeeks. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. Imagine they make an Ace Attorney game that you actually get in trouble for trying to solve the case. Well, like, hey, you're just a lawyer. What are you doing bugging around that much? Most of the time in Ace Attorney games, people do question it a lot. They're like, what are you doing? You're just a defense lawyer. Get the fuck out of here. But then we end up getting a bunch of evidence and, like, solving the case ourselves. when the police have no idea what they're fucking doing. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune. All that pain on course to collide headlong in this trial. Time to try to line all these dark events. Whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant Beric von Zieks. Van Zieks. Sorry, I am old. Sometimes I forget it's Van Zieks, not von Zieks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. Been wishing to see you in court again for so long. Feels... But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been scourged like no under undermining Her Majesty's justice system.
Then why do you tolerate him in your courtroom?
Today you must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more than far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
The truth revealed by the proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions for the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial. No member of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders.
No members of the public present? Then, who's that behind us?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today. In fact, I'll get in one. It's much more comfy than this seat.
No members of the public are present. Might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? The cutouts they put. They're cutouts!
Well, we wanted to make it look... We wanted you to not be thrown off by no members of the public here, so we had a team of artists make a bunch of paper cutouts and paper mache models. We filled the sets with them. They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Isn't that what you're here for? Buddy, what? Members of the judiciary. Oh my. This is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
Yes. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. As I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma?
Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on the 1st of November, at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Evening. I always count 5 o'clock as evening. 5, 6 o'clock is when it's evening. You know, afternoon is like after 12 to like 4:30ish. 5 o'clock is where it gets to like evening. The location was a building on of flats on Fresno Street, on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Dr. Tobias Gregson. Name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
Professor Case. I'll show you about the time of the incident. Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot. All have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There are a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. Believe that he was shot right from the front at point-blank range and died instantly.
How has the range been determined?
The scorch marks are on the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. The powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
A bullet shot at close range. Hold on. Give me a second, I gotta check the court record. Does it say where the bullet was? Time of death. It doesn't say. It's funny. Wait. It doesn't say the time of death, but when will it be updated? Not in this game! All the other ones, though. That's, the favorite words of favorite words of what's his face? Edgeworth, Miles Edgeworth. Miles tails per hour, Edgeworth. God damn it. Tails per hour? Wait. Whatever, it's fine. Cause of death in the chest at close range from the... Already I see an inconsistency. There is, unless the perpetrator shot upwards, there is no way the bullet could have hit the candles if it was in his chest. There's no fucking way. Already. Caliber of the gun used matches the standard issue firearm to the judiciary. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was in the chest. If it was in the head, it was still a bit of a stretch, but I could see the candles being blown out. If it was in the chest, that doesn't make sense. It does not make any sense. And it'll come up, I know. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And if you
managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. Not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Very least, he's like, yeah, no, we don't know who fired the gun yet. We don't know who owns this gun. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. Struck the candles behind him. Candelabra mounted on that wall. And the tip of one of the candles found to have been blown up by the projectile. Exactly! So why are we not commenting on that already? Because if he was shot through the chest, that wall was tall. And that candelabrum was far up on that wall. There is no fucking way that unless, again, if it was shot like very upward, like diagonally upward, they could not have been blown off. They could not have been blown off. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
The killer is short. Well, that's another thing, you know. If the killer is short, then it can't be Lord Van Zeeks. Because that man, give me a second, I think we have his height. No, we don't. Never mind. That we have his height. That man is tall. That's why Snack isn't here. He's the perpetrator. Crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record. Snack appears as a witness, as a witness, or as the suspect in this game. We're just like, he does live in Britain, and as we all know, British people, you know what? I don't think there was actually a joke there. I think my brain thought there was, and then there just wasn't.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. There's precious little furniture inside, generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. And a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
The details of the case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
Name, please, counsel.
Naturally. The accused himself. Huh? Lord Van Zeeks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of the office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
No witness. State your name and occupation for the court. Beric Von Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening precis? I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. My lord. And I'm sure the court would like to hear your explanation. You explained some things away. Namely, why you were in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I hate when you make that joke. I hate you when you make that joke, Prada. It's so stupid. I must say, Lord Vanzi, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. Since you became known as the Reaper. Part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness. But before the formal testimony, I think we need a break.
We're gonna take our usual 10-minute break. Gotta go get a drink anyway, so I'll suggest you guys, on this usual 10-minute break, go ahead and go get a snack, go get a drink as well. Go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And, as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So see you guys in 10 minutes. We're back. Time to get the formal testimony. Witness testimony. More like defendant testimony, but okay. Now back to the incident. I was investigating Gregson. My inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. Spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. Only then I saw the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth. That testimony was the whole truth. It was. Oh, you heard a shot being fired in the room with no living occupants. Moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words. Prosecutor Isogi.
Would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word. Isn't the word. It's laughable. What's gone into Cosima? He's behaving like himself. He's not behaving like himself at all.
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Okay. Back to the incident. Okay. Press.
Hold it!
You're investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I need.
Is the court to understand? I'm not That on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene?
No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? Stole into his office into the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Vancy?
I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you're investigating the victim, and yet, you refuse to tell the court why. It's more he's legally obligated not to? It's an active investigation, even though he's still he's the defendant in another case? Oh, so you can't tell us? Yes, because I am legally not allowed to. It's an active investigation. I cannot tell you that. I cannot tell you these things. Unless you are in the know, you cannot know what the investigation is. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Ugh, why did I ever think I could defend this man? It's not that he's picking and choosing what he can divulge under oath. he, I believe, is legally not allowed. Whoever got Zeke's under the case was setting him up. Maybe. But he's still a prosecutor, kind of bound to law. If he cannot tell you, he will not tell you. Oops. One.
Hold it!
Had you been to the address before? No, never. Only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would have only just gone down. It would still be reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room inside. Room from outside. It was extremely murky inside. Wouldn't have noticed that the victim was already lying on the floor. There's no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Norohodo. There's a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember. There was an oil lamp on it. That was a framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. Spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Give me a second, hold on. Give me a sec, there we go. The microphone wire was like rubbing against my leg, and it was not a good sensory feeling. So I was like, I'm just gonna... Okay. Oops.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. Didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another presence. Aha! Then could it be a gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? Pray see a concise summary. Thank you. Thank you, Astro Dude. If I ever see the word pray see again, I know how to say it. And know what it means. No, that's out of the question. Oh? Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part.
Presumably then the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took into your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. Huh? It... Pray tell, how? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold. There was no smell of spent powder. I see. So, it wasn't the murder weapon? The small smacks. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Oops. Press.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them had their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard a gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did. Almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. Hey man, if you don't... If a door bursts open, it doesn't matter if you're Stone Cold Steve fucking Austin. It does not matter. Door bursts open, you're gonna be a little startled. If my door burst open right now, I'd be like, shit, fuck. Who did that? And if I were to have had a bit planned for this, would have had like Snack or Pata pop out of the door. He'd be like, "What's up, bitch? Let's go." The first man to come in immediately noticed me with the revolver in my hand and fled. Policemen patrolling the Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. What happened? They were saying, Van Zeeks was like, someone burst in the door and I had a heart attack. And, I almost had a heart attack and Naruhodo was like, but you were supposed to be the Reaper. And I was like, if anyone bursts through any door, doesn't matter if you're Stone Cold Steve Austin, you're gonna be startled. If someone bursts through my door, I'd be like, what the fuck? And then I said, if I were to have planned a bit for this, I would have had, if you guys were here, I would have had Snack or Pata burst through that door and go, "Sup, bitch? I'm here." Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention. I would be totally game to do that. I would be totally game too. The man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then the body of the inspector appeared before me. Oops. Meant to press on that for the Lord Van Zeek's account. Do you have any thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Mainly that it didn't ring true in all sorts of ways. Who fired the gun if there's nobody else there? I heard the corpse just appear in front of him. Do you think Lord Van Zeeks is lying? No. Don't think that. I mean, if he was going to lie, I would expect him to have come up with a more credible story. Wouldn't you? Yes, I completely agree. I think he genuinely doesn't know what really happened himself. We must do what we can to fill in the gaps. Yes, first and foremost, we need information. Oops. Let me get to the thing, to the last one. And press.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point. And suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was a gunshot. It was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After that man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused Beric von Zieks is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel. Defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it had been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that was the projectile from the firearm that passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the one candle seems to have been struck by the bullet as long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because the particular candle was extinguished when the other was still burning. I was joking earlier about him using items, but he's actually doing it. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would have still been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by this light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of the threads on that board.
Indeed. What is this common thread, counsel?
They all relate to the cases prosecuted in court by Beric van Zieks. All of them?
All of them?
Sorry, I had to go for the reference.
All of them?
And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good Lord!
Interestingly, none of these defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Can we actually prove that? Look. Here's the thing. You can all say, oh, the Reaper did it, the Reaper did it. I would expect those to be said by the rumor mill outside of the courtroom. This is a fucking courtroom, Cosma. You need to prove that those cases were done by the Reaper. And the Reaper is him. You have to prove that. Can't just say shit. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operation. Fuck you mean base of operations? You think he was planning kills in that room? the Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been in his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No one. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Hey, Cosma. I know you haven't been in court for a while. You've been dead. But just a little advice. We need proof. You say that's the Reaper's hideout? How do you know that? You say that that's where his base of operations is? Prove it. Give me solid fucking evidence that is his fucking hideout and that is his room. Come on, give me the proof. I'll wait. I'll wait for it. Come on. Give me the proof, but I can't speak today. I don't know what's going on. Give me the proof, bitch. Give me it. Give me solid proof. I'll believe you. Right now, all you're doing, speculating. Give me solid proof, man.
Backwards. Explain, Count.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? Objection? How do you know that's his secret fucking hideout? Hello?
Order! Very well. Hereby state the current opinion of the court. Eric Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is a deep regret I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention.
So you're just going to agree with him with no proof? He has a noteboard with a bunch of cases. There's a noteboard with a bunch of cases made by Barrett that were, prosecuted by Barrett. Yes, okay, cool, awesome. That proves nothing. That proves nothing. That proves that anyone who had those documents, which could be Gregson and could be Barrick, could have fucking made that room. So it could have been fucking Barrick's. It could have been fucking Gregson's. You need to prove that it was Barrick's. Bitch!
The defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with known facts.
Okay, at the very least it's that. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Cosmo's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. That's formidable.
Counsel, you will submit the board you just showed to the court as evidence. I believe is fundamental to establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. eating. I will say I am struggling to think of who the Reaper would be if it isn't Penzies. But because we've been setting this whole Reaper of the Bailey thing up since game 1. So, in my eyes, in my brain here, it to me feels like it has to be someone that we have seen, that we know. But I can't for the life of me think of anyone. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw the events unfold on the day in question. Do you mean heard? Can't really see in that room from the outside, bitch. You were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshots and went running into the room.
Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. What is with that man's lips? So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live.
I give them a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a vice for them. Will I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living selling wares or by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me gossip. I sometimes see little tidbits like passing by, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits? We got Red Riding Hood, Beasting Man, and just a guy wanting money.
An absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your gill it is. 6 pence is the price, and not a penny left. Not a penny left.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the... What the fuck? Why is everyone pressuring me to fucking get information from this man? Alright. 6 pence it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins.
Cool. We're in court, just tell us the info anyways. Oh, it's not important. Is that it? Is that it?
No, that's not it. Gossip, isn't it? If it wants to spread, but that's, it's up to you and your mouth, of course. If I've got more, want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes. But what is going on, under that fat bottom lip of yours? Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is on your collar. Oh shit. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks for all the local school kids. Sixpence a pop, what do you say? Did she just light that with her ass? You weren't exaggerating with little. Did it actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them if they get 100, they can blow up the school. Should you be telling children that?
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then? Wanna buy 6 pence a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. You get 100 of them, could blow up the whole courtroom. Try to. Are we really just gonna buy everyone's shit? Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the women council.
Should she be saying this at a court? There's a lot of witnesses in these games that say shit in court that they really shouldn't be saying in court. Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff, right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special, only 600 pence. 600? The 100 are my regular fireworks. Nothing little about it, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Hey, buy 100 and blow up the court, Judge then says to pay her.
Judge is like, I want to see if it's true.
I guess that's now on the court record. And the last one is, what name do you go? What name do you go by, and what do you sell?
I'm a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on about me. They call me the observator.
If it's true, what the fuck Judge gonna do? Lol.
Oh well, shit, courtroom's gone. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you a sandwich and you know it.
Sandwich? So you don't actually sell anything?
A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no.
Hot. Can't see the other word afterward. Is it hot news? Hot actual hero? What? Pity. No more purchases. No more purchases today, please.
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
At least you acknowledge that they're fucking characters. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from the morning until night, my lord. Hot girl tummy troubles? He sells hot girl tummy troubles.
Got your hot girl tummy troubles here? Get out of work. For 6 pence a pop.
And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see. and thus they heard the gunshots, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crowd. I wouldn't call that brave, Cosma. I would call that kind of stupid. I heard a gunshot. I should go see what happened. If I heard a gunshot, I would run the opposite direction. Just saying. Maybe that's an American tendency with all the shootings we have in this country, but you know.
I'll be bigger. I'll be bigger, I thought. Well, I'll be bigger, I thought. Just between us.
Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
What I think is, if all we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real? The world is a simulation. We're all just pawns in a massive game of intergalactic chess. Very well. The court will now hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. Describe in detail what you heard before, what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
Witness's account.
We saw the whole thing from the start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went into the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside and we all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there he was, Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared after death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. They all seem all too eager to regurgitate what had happened. Who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused. Baron Baragon Zeeks.
Seen pictures of the Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And that's between us. Folks love stories like this. I've made myself a tell you some already.
But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats in Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Boom, boom.
The way he flicks his lip, bro. Let's see if I can't talk like this.
Course they are. They're small, they're dirty, they're safe of the boat.
This is the worst. The room in which Inspector Gregson was found is the only property in that building currently leased. If my lip jiggled, I would not be so casual about it. I would try to hide that lip. Shit, that shit's ugly. Not gonna lie. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No. Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. To break down this testimony, somehow. All things start to finish, we did.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant Lord Van Zeeks?
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old people that went in the light and last. That's for sure and certain.
They're behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No.
He shook his head in the lip. Oh my god.
God. No, not at all. The first fellow must have got inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before? You sure about that?
Am I so? Does it seem like I've forgotten a fellow with a red, bright hair like that, does it?
Yeah, his hair was really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fiery mop still burns inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. Saying the man was a redhead.
Well, you're listening to my. He was a redhead, and he's a big trunk with him as well.
But Inspector Gregson hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Seems likely the person you saw was in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I had to break it to you. But the witnesses are correct. What? Let's have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yep, that's the red wig. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. The red hairpiece. Of course. We saw one at on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? Still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say.
Does it?
The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. It just disappeared? The the perpetrator stole it.
What do you expect us to? What's in the building every second, dear?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that.
Hold it!
Presumably you mean the gunshot. I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? I don't think those two really correlate. But I've always thought it sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang it went, just like that.
Well, he's the Reaper, isn't he? What the French call a French phrase. when the Reaper's around, people are gonna get in the going into the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the Inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. Are we gonna prove that it's his secret hideout anytime soon? There can be no clear motive. What do you mean? What do you fucking mean, Kazuma? No one has proved that that room was the Reaper's hideout. And by the Reaper, I mean Van Zieks. No one can prove it. No one's given me a shred of fucking proof that that motherfucker lived in that building. No one has given me any proof. Motherfucker, I need the proof. It's a courtroom. Give me proof. All y'all prosecutors always saying, well, you can't just say shit. You gotta say it with proof. And yet the prosecutor's gonna just fucking say shit without proof, huh? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? I fucking see you, piece of shit.
Yes. Certainly an eminently credible motive.
It would be even more credible if we proved that Van Zieks was in that room, was renting that room. But no one has. No one's given me any proof. And yet, everyone believes it. It's so weird. Great. And at that point, you ran inside. Is that correct?
Hold it!
So when Gossip ran in to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, you see. All the signs are that I can't move very well.
You're way behind, presumably. With that sandwich board around your neck. And a big sign in your hand. A great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? Wait a minute. I thought there was something familiar about that man. Wasn't he one of the jury members?
I'm not anybody. Me, the signs is what make me who I am now. Sign, therefore I am.
So you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just a year ago then? Oh, that guy! He presumably got fired after that. And now he's doing whatever he does now. Like,
Shit, she saw my cover.
I might be mistaken, but I believe the trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's Arms is just there.
I'm sorry, what? Oh dear, he made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. Oops. So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene. Is that right?
That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional I did, and yelled out, "What's going on here?"
On bad Zeke claims all he heard was a man scream, though. Was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. The candles burning on the wall.
Really?
There was a fella collapsed on the floor. And just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
I see. Nola Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights at the wall. God, jiggling his fucking lip, dude.
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Beric Van Zeeks.
That's right, Pale-Faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, won't deny it. But I'm no lily-livered coward. Stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold, hard stare myself.
And was there anyone else in the room at the time?
No, of course not. Not at first. Well,
I don't like the way his lip looks when turned to the side like that. It's really weird looking.
but then this old stiff came wandering behind me, of course. Only him, mind. I can't handle the stairs so well as you can imagine, especially on the way up.
And he couldn't have just failed. You couldn't have just failed to see someone.
Oh, it was a bit dingy in there, I grant you. But there were candles on the wall, and a lamp on the table.
How old are all of you? Out of curiosity. Because I've been kind of giving him an older voice, but it's also
Kind of hard to do voices when I can't do this because his lip is all weird.
the fuck? What ages you is? Ah, I see.
But there were candles on the wall and a lamp on the table. There was no one could have been hiding. You mark my eyes.
Age, question mark, question mark. Like this case gets harder and harder. Scared out to death me, certain enough to find a corpa.
Hold it!
Corpa. So you didn't run into the room with your friends? Not that sort of girl. I was expecting him to go, "You think these two are my friends? That's very funny." I'm not that sort of girl. Sorry? I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there. And yet you sell fireworks. Ah, right. I see. Oh. Old Lippy! Old Lippy! Old Lippy is killing me! Oh my god, old Lippy. Old Lippy and the witch ran in. Old Lippy and the witch sounds like a really bad buddy cop movie.
Johnny and the Fat Man.
And the witch ran in there, and then I heard a sort of old lady scream.
Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my own on it.
I wondered what on earth was going on. Which is when you went to find a policeman? I ran into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place, didn't I do well, eh?
Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly pumped out of his head when he saw the Reaper. I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. The defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe.
Considering the catalogue of killings the Reapers had carried out.
That no one can prove, by the way!
Keep carrying on about, yes, the Reaper has killed all of these people. And the proof is where? Particularly inauspicious end. I can't find any holes in this testimony. I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo. Truth is, though, the combined testimony is fairly damning. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there? Still, Lord Ransix really is innocent. I'm almost certain we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. You don't think that one of these things could be the true culprit, do you? I don't know. But what I do know, that there's more of this case that is yet to be brought to light. As usual with these cases. Hold on. Let me inspect a couple of things. Such as fucking crime scene floor plan. Okay, nothing there I can do. The notice board. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? The paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look. Out of interest, the most recent thing here appears to be newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sherms had picked out. And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too. Seems like Dr. Gregson, an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? Bloody handprint. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh, yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it's just like a handprint. And the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Anything else? Venus Fire. Oh, wait, fuse. There we go. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? Staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Not in court, Naruhodo, come on. Shall we find out? Both of you! What? But she said you could blow up the courtroom. Bang! Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. Sounded almost exactly like. Goes off like a gunshot. Hey Potter, How do you keep doing this? A Gregson photo of the victim. It does pain me to see him like this. I mean, we all loved Gregson, to be honest, you know, and all the cast. But damn. Let's see. A minute after the Reaper got inside, we all heard a big bang. Time to walk into the room, and there was a Reaper. His body. His infinite fish. I wonder if he shared his secret of infinite fish with Gina before he died. Gina, I have to tell you something. What is it, Gregson? It's how I always have fish and chips in me newspaper. Oh. My guess is this shit. Hold on, what else do we have? We have these, but I don't think... What are we supposed to be doing here? My best guess is that it either has to do with something with this statement, or that one. Testimony is like really vague. Not many details, and that's the problem. It's really vague, and so they're trying to make me really think about what what I need to present. I pressed all of it. There's nothing. I don't think we could do this, right?
Objection!
Yeah, I figured. I'm legit stumped. This is bad. Give me a second though. Great. Paste. Need to resolve. I'm trying to walk through. Here we go. Press statement 1. No, press statement 1, we already got that. Okay, to get the photograph of the victim. Question sandwich. Huh? Huh? Is this statement 4?
Hold it!
Probably pressed this one already. Yeah, we did. So then yours purpose already been seen. Is that right? And it was. What's going on here? And scream. No, dark at all. Bella collapse on the floor. Us. Yes, yes, yes. That didn't happen last time. What the fuck? God damn it. Love when that doesn't happen the
Excuse
first
me.
fucking time. You have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just two slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me.
It was confirmed it was Gregson's body, right? Sorry, random thought. Yeah, it was confirmed. We have a picture of it right. Right. That is Gregson. With a red hairpiece. think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's statement, I mean. Oh wait, his face. Yeah. What I think is we're all nothings really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough. That's enough for you, Let's keep the traps up now. Unless you want to make us, want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it? You rotten beggar, I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is that true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Playing my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. At the door. What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold, hard stare, and don't you forget it. Just go back a little. What did you say about blood on your hand? I did, eh? That happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? Well, so I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. Going to have to ask you to add information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must.
Witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. You did you? Mm-hmm. You wiped it off on the floor? Was that your final answer?
Objection!
You wiped the blood off your hand on the floor in the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Really matter?
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asergi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? Was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene? On the back of the notice board.
Yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. That's right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
So you lied? You're just openly admitting you lied? Or did you just think it was the floor? The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room, and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance away from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body. I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it that you have formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by, I would say, false testimony. Possibly. The witness claims to have swiped his bloody hand on the floor, but no sign of that remains at the scene. The simplest explanation is that the witness is lying.
Objection.
Just because it's the simplest explanation doesn't mean it's the correct one. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Positing perjury is simply because it suits you. You bring shame on your Japanese heritage. Okay, guess not. Since when were you my father? Anyway, I was taught to consider all possibilities. Then show me. Should be bloody handprint on the floor, so where to go? Right now. Another handprint? Okay, which one is it then? The board moving? Okay. How the fuck? Yes, I have my lord. Discrepancy. There's the board moving. I don't know how I was going to fucking know that one, but sure. Real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is. The witness has put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards.
What does that tell us? Tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What? Why does he stand like that? Hold on. Give me a second. You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can be very clear on one point.
And that would be
the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
Oh, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. The time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
Here? Left of the body. That's the left. Alright. This is the only possible location.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body.
Boy, heck.
The notice board had been there. The body would have been completely hidden from view. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true, or in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but you was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open.
But if you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. There you go. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious.
My client has told nothing but the truth. He simply described what he saw. Ah!
Order, counsel. How has this not come to light before?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it back when it was investigating the other room. Why is Gossip throwing it back?
That's what I do for money, you see. A gossip doesn't always pay too much, so I gotta throw it back for my customers. I throw it back as I gossip at them. Usually. Didn't do it in the courtroom because it didn't feel right. Witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witness on the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Hey, stop looking over your glasses at me. I'll get the message.
Witness testimony. The mystery of the moving board.
I don't know anything about that there nose ball. Just bite my hand, that's all.
Now don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Me, just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was a reaper, I bet. Got face extreme bold.
Got a face that screams what? Huh? Excuse me?
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with the only light of a few candles and an air lamp in which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right. Yeah, it don't pay to expect too much.
If it's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world, that's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as the testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshots rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could have possibly committed the crime is Barrick von Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Right, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well, then you may proceed, counsel.
But before we proceed, we are at time. So, of course, thank you all for coming tonight. Our first night of lawyers in 2-3 months. Sorry about that. Oops, not autoplay, not autoplay. Options. We had a lawyer night, so that's exciting. So thank you all for coming out. We're inching closer and closer to the end of this game. So, the next time y'all are gonna see me is this upcoming Tuesday, because Sunday, tomorrow I work from 2 to 9. That's kind of a long period of time. I can't really, if I stream before, I don't really like to stream before or after that time. You know, I've tried a bunch of times, but like, I just can't get up or get myself to move like that. If I ever get a VTuber model, late nights might change. Late nights actually may happen, because it's more along the lines of when I come home from work at like a later time, I don't want to have to set up the green screen, make sure I look nice, get a shirt on, turn on the hot ass lights. If I get a VTuber model, which don't ask me, I don't know what I would want as a VTuber model. Cat girl? No. More of a dog person. Anyway, but late nights might change if that happens. But right now, you guys are gonna see me this upcoming Tuesday. 5:26 looks like. It's gonna be a normal time, whatever day. And then that Thursday, I work very, very late. I think it's a 3 to 11 day, so it's gonna be no stream on that Thursday. Saturday will be normal time for Nier Replicant, and Sunday will be normal time for Be Complete. But the week of the 2nd to the 7th, I'm gonna take that week off. Oh God. I'm gonna take the 2nd to the 7th off for the simple reason of I looked at the schedule and I can't really make any of those days work in terms of stream, right? They're all really odd hours. And streaming before or after, it just doesn't, I don't think it's in the cards there. So the week of June 2nd to June 7th, I will not be streaming. It's a nice, healthy habit to take a break every once in a while anyway. You know, just to make sure I don't get burnt out, you know. So I think I wouldn't say deserve it, but, you know, I think it's a kind of healthy habit to do that anyway. And also, the schedule is going to be really fucked up. My work schedule is really late, early sort of stuff, so not something I can really do about that.
I'm sorry about that, but this upcoming week we will still be streaming, except for Thursday, which I work late on. But until I see you guys this next Tuesday, I hope y'all are having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live. And, bye!
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.